Hello? How's it going? Alright, we're on a new game and a new case, finally. No more Reci for turnabouts. We're now looking at speckled bands. And I totally think I made the video output way too high for this stream. But yeah, today we are going to be doing the entirety of... That's the wrong game. We're doing the entirety of the Unbreakable Speckled band, which is... It's going to be fun. We live indeed. But we are doing the entirety of the Speckled band. And that's going to be a lot of fun, hopefully. Because I could be streaming here for like 4+ hours straight. And that's going to be fun. How's it going, Sam? How's it going, Jonna? How's it going, Shig? I don't know how to pronounce that, but yeah. But this is like one big investigation segment. So, we are seeing. Hey, Mr. Negative, how's it going? But we got one large investigation segment. So, let's stop the diddle-daddling and let's just get into it, honestly. We have a lot to get through. This is a pretty sizable case, so we gotta get through it as we can. This is one of the more unique cases in the franchise, so
in a corner of that small,
this is going to be a lot of fun.
Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time,
I am one of the biggest speckled band defenders out there.
Growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane.
People just say like the writing and stuff is like straight trash when I'm like, it's just a case that's set during an investigation. I don't think it's that bad.
Slowly came into view.
Yeah, some guy named Walkie Talkie got shot in a hospital. I have no idea about that. That's so strange. I hope that doesn't lead to like international gang wars or something, because like I don't know. I'm just getting a bad vibe off of that.
I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike.
So I don't.
It was the most terrible speckled band I had.
One day I need to compare like the Sherlock Holmes stories that these games are based off of. Look, it's today. But I compare all of these to it. Oh, I would just mute up for this section.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait. Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from? I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, so I may have made a little oopsie doing the settings of this stream. Because essentially, I may be accidentally streaming in 2K rather than the traditional 1920 by 1080 HD. Which, if you don't know, is just I am streaming at 150% of the quality that it should be, probably. So I think the lag is going to be like just due to the quality and just not good of a bandwidth to send it out. So I'd suggest, if you are, to lower the quality if you can. It's just I am streaming at 2K resolution, so that's on me. That's my bad. So yeah, I capture a lot of stuff in a higher quality usually than like the traditional one. So I forgot to change it before this stream. So yeah. And my bandwidth I'm already seeing on my end is not ideal. So we're just gonna truck on through this. I'm also not sure how much I'm going to be voicing, because this is going to be a long investigation. I'm not sure how much my voice can handle it. So we are going to try. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Ah, a 3D environment. How strange. Wait, I can't move. Ah, damn it. God damn it. I'm already arrested. I wish the Great Eastern Area 2 had animated cutscenes. Well, blame budget. Because the first one apparently wasn't that big of a success. It seems like it's gotten way more successful. Like, even compared to like the other re-releases. It's just at the time, this game wasn't as successful as the other ones. So they just resorted to the 3D cutscenes, which I like the 3D cutscenes. I do wish we had a little of the anime ones too. Why am I handcuffed? So you wake up now, huh? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I forgot I'm gonna deal with Russian people now. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Ah, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long you been hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found. It's time you admit crime. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, Is there desyncing now? Oh my god, this is already going to be a great start. There's one thing I'd like to know from you. Is that... why did he do it? Why did he take his life? Is everything just cooked right now with the audio, or is it just as one person right now? me just knock that down a couple pegs. Well, I'm gonna just go through it, and we're going to see how it goes. Wait, what did he just say? Take his life? There should be audio. I just realized doing that is not helping. Alright, we're going back up here. It's also I have a very low gain, so like it's hard to hear breathing. Let me just stop tinkering and let's get through this case. I'm so confused too. I don't know what's going on. Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh shit. You pretend you don't know? You are wolves in sheep clothes. You a killer. You don't try and make excuses. What is this guy talking about? Oh, this guy's so dubious. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here in this very cabin that was bolted shut from inside. His body? Please. Do not try to tell him what you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? It's Kazuma over. But he can't be. I should preface again, this is probably streaming at a way higher quality than it should be. This should be streaming at 1920 by 1080. It should be streaming at HD, not 2K. I forgot to change the setting. I can't really change it again. So y'all are going to have to try and keep up. And just lower some quality things, I think. And he's handcuffed. Surely I don't think I have to know. Why did he take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. What? No. He died before we he even got good. He died before we even seen him. Well, we technically saw him before. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Do you find fun being stolen? Besides, I don't know, so it's come to England for me. Which, oh my god, I can't even read. It was really something else when you brought me. When they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way the Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'll be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days till we dock at Great Britain. But if you confine yourself into my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving to a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch for sure. But I want to know, why do you keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikitoba, you mean? I feel like they always just say it like that. Oh, voice. Oh god. Oh shit. You know what? Maybe we should have Ace Attorney 7. I don't want to voice all of that. From your close friend, more to the point. Mind, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give us away. No, but she knew what we've done, and that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, It's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'd be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decide to open the wardrobe for some reason, and I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I could stick it over the wardrobe once you're inside. I don't know how to write. I don't know. We've only been at sea for 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. And now he's fucking dead. Oh boy. We leave you at net port. Fuck. Oh wait, we have a history. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet and don't make trouble for yourself. Wow, how helpful a history function is. Oh, wow, I wish the most popular Ace Attorney game had the same thing. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer. Ah, you said before, you said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I was only a stowaway here. I mean, that is a crime, but I murdered my best friend. That's a whole different story, man. That's a difference between life and like a misdemeanor, all right? No one else could have done it. Admit truth. Ah, there's Susato-san. She's gonna kill me. Oh fuck! Please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I'd like to ask of you too. Do you want to play this? No, I refuse to play this game in French. I'm sorry. She's really going to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I gotta do is try and find out what really happened. Okay, Cosmo's death. He really was killed. This isn't just a bad dream. No, this is a bad dream. You're just stupid. And these handcuffs. You think I did it? You think I'm Cosmo's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the portway window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. So it was a mouse! Someone with, like, shrinking technology totally did it. In other words, after the crime, the culprit could have escaped through these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could have only been someone inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Yes, I'm going to deny I didn't kill him. That's just me. I was just like sleeping. I was just having a good old nap. Alright? I mean, I hope all of these games can be translated as much as they possibly can. Obviously, I'm not expecting it to translate to every single language, but all the main languages like French and Spanish, they should have translations for it, because let me just quickly check the languages here. I don't even know if I can change the language right now. Yeah, I have no idea how to change the language right this instant. Which is a weird thing. Yeah, none of these settings show like you can do it. You probably have to do it like outside of the game. But it's just like someone put a comment on a different video. There's like a fan translation for like Russian, and each case alone can take upwards of like a month to half of a year for a singular case to translate. Because they're not just like one-to-one we're not just throwing a Google Translate or AI. You have to make sure it still flows and is right in set languages. Like a lot of these like names and stuff, they have to like localize, especially with like all the little details when it's like these relevant to the language, like the Maggie Bird case where it's like, oh, we misspelled her name. How are we gonna misspell said name that is close enough, but it's still different enough? Where it's like, oh, if her, then it'll be the wrong thing, like in the Maggie case. So like, there's a lot of little details that take time to translate these. Once again, I really do feel like there's going to be a update to this game now that they updated the Phoenix Wright trilogy. I just don't know when. So, cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That is very smart observation, Ryunosuke, for an English student. That is true, yes. About instinct. Can anyone tell me what actually happened in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presuming that's something you know the answer better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... Susato, please. I did not fucking kill my best friend. Why would I do that? He beat me in Mario Party or something? Why would I kill him? Where's the motive in all of this? He would always wake up before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside the cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san already arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find the member of the crew. The crew had forced the door open, and when we managed to get inside, damn, he's dead. Cosmo was fucking dead. It's all your fault. I mean, to be fair, in this circumstance, Ryunosuke was literally in the scene of the crime. So, like, it's a locked room mystery. Doesn't matter what motive, it's just you are present and you didn't do anything about the body. So... I wish that wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I told you all no, so it's my turn to ask the question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy, it's still throbbing like anything. Alright, stowaway. Look, I just wanted to stalk Cosmo, okay? Damn. You really have to be so nosy about this? Damn. He's my good friend. You said something about being a stowaway, didn't you? Yep. Yeah, it's damn true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been showing the cabin this entire time. Yeah, but why also will you be in the same room as the dead body? But how can you have occupied Cosmo-sama's cabin for so long without him nosing? No, that would be impossible, obviously. We're doing some stellar defense work right now. We've defended ourselves in court once. We gotta defend ourselves to Susato. Cosmo invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I mean, look at you. You're fucking stupid. I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Cosmo, why do you even want this? What was the real reason? I think you mentioned that a good amount of times that Paul was the best, but we're not going to be reaching up until April, I believe. The idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that. But I didn't think you were serious. You have the talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I never really thought of becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is the spirit of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. It can't be any hard to see that important place with your own eyes, can you? Well, no, definitely not. But on the personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Spit it out. Nothing. I love being intentionally vague. You know, it's a lot of those like little details where there's a lot of little details about this case that's like once you finish the game, looking back, it makes it a lot better. That's the thing I think people overlooked about this case, because it seems a very simple case on the surface, but looking back, there's a lot of different little nuggets of information, little details that when you look back on this case, you're like, oh, that is very important. Cosmo-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Oh, he definitely did. It's just why. But something is still bothering me a little. Looking in his eyes then, it was darker than I'd ever seen it before. I think a lot of these little details, especially with Cosmo, because obviously Cosmo's dead, he's kind of becomes an afterthought. But we kind of like overlook like these are things that still weren't answered after the trial, or after this case. Even after his death, they weren't necessarily answered. And we don't really have like a spirit medium to summon and get the answer again. Like we don't have Mia coming back for the dead to throw us a receipt. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept this a secret from you. You might stow it away on this ship, I mean. Like, that's a little thing. If I know Cosmo-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me to avoid me from being guilty by association. You are very smart. That is exactly right. Word perfect, in fact. It's almost like we told you that. It's almost like you were a guilty by association in the first place. What? I mean, what? You didn't hear that, sailors. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in the cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. How the fuck were you in this cabin and you don't remember? Also, he brought me something to eat just like he always did. And I got myself into the wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I slept. I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that he didn't even stir when Cosmo was killed? Yeah. I was just very tired, you know. A long day of stowing away and doing nothing. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but it's the truth. I mean, it was well established that, Ryunosuke has stole a steak before, so I don't know what he's been up to. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? No, please forget about it. Susanto said you have to fucking believe me. I didn't do this. There's no one else that could possibly have done this. Ugh. Ryunosuke, that's not Cosmo. That's a outline. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. We can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. Because Cosmo was killed right under my nose and here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And I'm supposed to just sit around my hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that. Well, what do you propose then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Cosmo's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hiya! And I'm dead. I'm actually dead now. What the? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgot already what you've achieved of just a few weeks ago? Or never ago? No weeks happened before this. This is the second case we're doing. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. Do you expect me to present some conclusive evidence? I have to get Susato-san. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I have to show her some evidence right now that proves that I'm not guilty. Yes! I can't wait for the part of this case where we go to trial. This is going to be awesome. Was this piece of paper stuck over the door? Oh, yes, it was. I remember it clear. I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case cabin stewardess or another crew decide to look in there. So actually, he did the same thing last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled the sign from the wardrobe door before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I could have climbed back inside a wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. This is funny. Knowing that the parody case from, like, if you know the Henry Stickmin shit, this was the exact contradiction that they used in the parody case. Oh, I could have tied it myself. I was thrown in there myself by another person. They tied it because I can't tie it from the outside. And it works here over with that one. cartoon logic goes crazy. So I just find it funny looking back at this. Oh, I could have done it myself. What? Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Why are you looking like you're trying not to laugh, Suzuto? That's disrespectful as shit, Suzuto. What are you doing, Suzuto? Please, Suzuto! I need this! My best friend's kinda dead. Well, even if you're sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Cosmo-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think you could perhaps help me up? Well, in light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating it in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe? No. I don't believe you. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put that sign back in position. What do you think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest we investigate thoroughly. I say we do the same. Alright, let's get to work. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. Damn, I thought we were friends. I thought we were Gucci with each other. I mean, my best friend slot is now open, so I thought we were going to be besties, but I guess not. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use any conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Yeah, I'm a magician. I'm a spirit medium. Wow, it would be so crazy if there's like a spirit medium in these games. Like, that would be kind of weird. I'll avenge your death. All right, let's get through this. Right. Boom. Yep, we got the rules. There's no pets and stuff, and no stowaways. I was just thinking, are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Come on, Suzuto. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Why is the stool turning red? What is going on there? What's the matter, Suzuto? When I'm examining anything, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look past. Oh, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as to be in that regard, are you, Naruhado-san? Oh gosh, he's giving me the tutorial. No! I'm getting tutorial! Oh, fuck! Yeah, Naruhodo is easy a pet, let's be honest. Now let's investigate all court. Why you just like summoned, you're calling me a magician? You summoned shit out of nowhere? What are you doing? Books falling on a shelf. And what's that? The statue out of the go to see, although it's falling over as well. Yes, it's almost like the whole shelf's been ransacked and everything's mowed down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Cosmo's doing his morning sword trade, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruto-san. I would know. Well, I'll just set everything up straight again. I don't like see him. That's the only one complaint. This is the only one complaint. It is kind of odd. We've been talking about, oh, don't tamper with the crime scene, and then suddenly we just tidy up this random thing for no reason. But also, if that's the one complaint, that I can live by it. It's a very large travel case. Yes, it carries a lot of memories. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside a case. Oh yes, it says it this way up in Japanese, which in hindsight I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over and tossed on the floor, yada yada. Oh dear, being stowaway found it. Well, it was less painful than a pseudo takedown. There, I think I got a concussion or two from that. In some 2 weeks, we set sail for Japan. Have you really been living is not the right word, but I suppose not. Rather excited making a voyage on the secret island. Wardrobe, yeah. This thing. What do you think this is? I think it's a broken piece of glassware. Whatever that thing is, it appears to have broken clean off in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It's cute. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a Komodo outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Cosmo. He wouldn't have simply had a cute little trinket like that around him, would he? I mean, there was a trinket. We know where it was. And the market decided, what is it, I wonder? It has some sort of brick-like hue. Yeah, you're right. Is that the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color around in the cabin. Alright. Did Cosmo write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have locked over the impod, collapsed on the floor. Ah, yes. I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger into the sewage. Alright. But I can't read your writing. I don't think it's Japanese. Then what language is it? It pains me to admit, but I don't know. Yeah, it's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Chicken jockey. I'm sorry, I'm gonna end stream right there. It's horrible. Do any investigate that? This is, yes, the Belcourt contraption. What do you mean contraption? There's a lot of things to look at in this room, I just realized. There is a lot to look at. Laura's households, Belcourt's like that. That sounds almost magical. What do you think, Susato? Shall we give it a little try? Yes! And enter the cultural research, obviously. Ah. It's a bell. Wonderful. No, I'm sure that everyone is busy, that's all. I think that's some kind of event. A whole little bit odd. What do you mean? Well, it's a ventilator. This is a long case, so I need to get through it. This is, well, it's not a long case, but for doing the entire case in a day, it is going to be pretty long, especially when I've played this case at least like 5 times. Well, that's true. That's perhaps it's the rain that don't spray and fire is seared rough. I wouldn't even say 5 times. I've probably played this around like 10 times. I've played all of these cases so many times. Besides like the investigation ones, I need to go through those more. Oh wow, Cosmo's desk. This is where dear Cosmo sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Cosmo. He didn't even make it into his destination. It looks as though his last entry is incomplete, which means what? We was in the middle of writing something when the incident was happening. Oh, I'm dead again. That's out of question. What? Well, I have a second concussion. Cosmo Sama may have departed from the world, so he may not read his private thoughts. But it's probably important, Susato. Alright, I won't read it now. You don't have to give me 5 concussions. Ah, here's the goat. There we go. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Yeah, oh. if I know a European, they're all like that. You know, Europeans are always like that. These British people, they love doing these wacky shit like this. This is your classic European person. Oh, how did he literally sum it out of thin air, let's be honest. Also, I don't know what he's looking at, let's be honest. You notice that man too? I have no idea who he is or how he got here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. No, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no, he looks like an oddball. He looks like he's on some kind of substance. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. He seems very unusual about him. And is he investigating Cosmo's desk, or is it just play with it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or Susan looks uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect you knows already, but is that a... Oh, yeah. Oh, God, you're giving me tutorials. I don't want tutorials. Oh, God. Hi, Mr. European. How are you? Yes. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. I don't know what to do for him. I'm not on enough drugs to voice him. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps it would be for the best. Whoopee! Greetings! I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Cosmo's desk now? I see. Fascinating. I just did I played this case so much. How the fuck am I remembering these? Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? I feel like I'm being looked at weirdly. This guy's making me uncomfy. Oh yes, everything is clear now. How do I do a British person? Hey, look, it's me. It's Herlock Sholmes. I love lasagna. That's me, Herlock Sholmes. My train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions are crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if not mistaken. Sorry? What? And how, whilst venturing into foreign climates, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, I guess that's true at least. But how? How do you deduce it? How to deduce did I know that, perhaps? Well, it was really most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, one day I'll play the later games, whether by myself or I may stream them, depending on how much. Because, yeah, it just depends. I'm hoping to. I want to play the later games so I can get the collab properly. But yeah, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassinated your wing, and now you travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. What? That's me? Oh god, he's on point. And when you, the perimeter of this very cabin, you discovered the very idea you ended his life too. Yes, I believe the summaries that summarizes the facts beautifully. Yeah, the company behind Layton is kind of cooked, though. They really are loving AI writing and puzzles, though. Yeah, god, this guy's a crack job. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Why, of course, certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill, a Russian assassin with 16 victims out to his name? I don't see one person that fits that bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Cosmo-sama. I'm gonna fucking kill you. What? And you're plotting a revolution too, blowing up the Crystal Tower. It's a shame behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. What? What? Ah! And I'm dead. I have 3 concussions. Damn. This is getting ridiculous. How could he do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh. Forgive me. As for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. But was that not right? While eventually through 4 climbs, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Aha! There you have it. You see, what do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction, more like plain observation. If they ever make a Marvel vs. Capcom 4, we need like Susato, Kazuma, Herlock, we need just all of them, like legit. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of deduction. My methods are founded upon observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself, detective. My apologies. How remiss am I? I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women all over the world. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes. Well, the fact that Phoenix should have been in Smash Bros. For like the longest time should be account for a fighting game. So, yeah. So it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes? Indeed it is, the inimitable actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this bad Susato? The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san? Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask what we've deduced. You have worked out the entire class already. The entire case already, I'm sure. Why do I feel uneasy about this? Alright, let's get through your dialogue. Great detective. So you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what's your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German. Herlock, was that? Ah, Air Foreign. No, I'm no air. I mean, I have hair. I mean, I'm no heir, but I have hair. What am I, like Dr. Seuss? Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits at an exciting London publication of Rant's Magazine. Oh yeah, Rant's Magazine, full of short stories and interviews. I needed to send it for England especially. Yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in the series of short stories then? Indeed I am, indubitably. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistakes, I am not poor, deluded fellow that you take me for. Your inferences is backwards. Backwards? My trusty biographical record, my greatest detective achievements, and chronicle them into the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't anyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, president keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to the publication, I've been fascinatingly busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having just solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you say, is to be a silence, logical reason in its purest form. Science? Really? Science? Wow. Wow, look at you, Mr. Bill Nye the Science Guy. How's it going? And Mr. Bibbidi Babbidi. The astute observer noticed the most subtle reactions in his subject. For a glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. Sure, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. God fucking damn it. The ultimate conclusion without fail or truth. Oh my, I am messing everything. I'm training along. Okay. As I demonstrated only for you short moments ago, how you looked me in the eye and claimed that, you dumbass. So you see, I have determined observation, deduction, and fame. That's what makes me the one and only heir. No, Herlock Sholmes. I am rubbing off of you. Cosmo's deaf. What's up? What's good, Star Killer? Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in the most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, you're the reason I'm in these cuffs. When I became anxious about Cosmo summoning this morning, I summoned all the crew members and forced the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gained the entry of the scene of the crime. Yes, lucky for you, the great detective Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I feel like half of the references are based on Sherlock Holmes novels. It's just, once again, I want to look into it because I know there's been scenarios where it's like they basically crafted an entire story out of a character that had little to no story. Like one of the main characters in like the second game, or like one of the main culprits in the second game of this, was literally the first victim of a Herlock Sholmes novel. So it's like they transform a lot, even though they take a lot of great influence on like the plot details. Oh really? 2 facts, you say? What are your 2 facts? Oh god, there's so much reading! Oh god! Mr. Sholmes tells us, please, what 2 facts are apparent when you came into the cabin this morning? I just become an audiobook creator, man. I'll just like read shit for like 12 hours. That's basically what I'm doing right now. Yes, but first let's be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to you. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts I deduced were merely momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering the escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Russian. That means, that's the Russian word for wardrobe. Oh, hey. Yeah, you know, I make a lot of Ace Attorney videos, so yeah. I mean, I'm fine with how long and talky this case is. It just adds a little extra depth. Because I think the writing here, there's a lot of writing, but it's a lot of good writing, right? So, it's going to feel like a lot more the fact that I'm doing like a 2-3-parter case in one day, which is about like 4 or 6 hours. So, that's the big thing about this case. Well, there's no Russian dub of this yet. Initially, I considered Gerda may be the name of the killer. I suppose a Robert Gard, perhaps. I feel like that is a name, but I don't want to use a memory to search that up. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is traditional dress of the Russian people. I think you're stupid. I think you're on a perk or two. Our school uniforms are traditional dress of the Russian people. Susato something so go and I had no idea this detective could get something so wrong. Ranking of the Phoenix Trilogy. I'm getting thrown a bunch of questions right now. Hold on. Ranking of the Phoenix Trilogy. I think it's simply just easily Trials and Tribulations is the best, and then the first one, and then the second one. As for the art style, I just think the Great Ace Attorney has just locked down the look of it all. I'm gonna be honest, I think the character designs and all that, they just have that on point, especially being able to translate a lot of it to the 3D style. Yes, the first one's iconic, but also you can kind of see that little, like, rough around the edges with it. And then, I think the ones for, like, Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice can be a little too complicated. The investigations designs are really good, though. Oh, he's dead. Ah, shit. It was taken immediately after that young man was discovered before the body was reported. Yes, Cosmo has been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Yeah, he's so dead. Frick. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. I didn't want to relive the person I just killed. I mean, what? Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray tell? You mentioned Russia before, didn't you? Oh, yes, the first Apollo Justice, though. I wouldn't say... I think with the first Apollo Justice, what really makes it stack above the rest is that it easily has the best pixel art. The first Apollo Justice has the best pixel art, in my opinion. It's just so good pixel work. It's arguably some of the best pixel work they've ever, period. Especially with Trucy's animations. Which, like, when we see it in, like, the high quality one, like, yeah, the high qualities look good. But, like, if you compare it to the pixel ones were just exemplary. You know, when you said how fierce a revolution if we did Russia, what happened to it? Yes, the trainer reason that led me to the truth. Will you mind explaining that trainer reason? I don't know how many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things that you concluded about me, I mean, how many people in here have played this case or know how this case goes, right? Now, to famously accurate troubling predicament, how do you find yourself in it? Actually, I'm never that, Details, here's the morning's paper. The main headline reads, Russian William Borgzev flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel was Shanghai. Last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Cosmo Russian? God damn it. It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because this is what Cosmo saw him roll on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning. Mercedes revolutionary, wanted to kill the man. true identity. Yes, you, villain Borkashev. No, how could that be me? I don't look anything like the man, just look at his face. Well, it figures a revolutionary, therefore you know that revolutionized your appearance as well. Holy! Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that is because I'm a stowaway. This is a lot of correlation, not causation. Remember that well. Just because things correlate doesn't mean they're a cause, you know? Remember that, y'all. What about all the details of 16 victims of assassination below the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed a man and printed all of those particulars in this article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolution at Borkajev is included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews using newspaper reporters, I wonder? And I wonder about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan. Also, quite clearly stated here in the article, Borgashev has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. We're talking a lot of Ace Attorney 7, as if that's going to happen. Let's be honest, Ace Attorney 7 is not happening. This Afghanistan place? What is Afghanistan? Here, take the paper for yourself, as a memory of your low-grade deduction. Thank you. Observe all the inches within the pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find an article on the back page of interest as well. On the back, cast your eyes over something that may, if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian, I could hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take a glance at the article, maybe there may be a picture or two. It's almost like Herlock Sholmes is putting on an act. This isn't interesting. Have you found something relevant? Well, no, this might be interesting. Oh, wow, God, it turned 4K all of a sudden. But look at the picture. Perhaps it's all about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? Yes, she's very pretty. I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make sense of it. Domain expansion. I'm glad he knows this article. Let me just intrude upon your discussion here. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reportedly missing. She, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. I am great at pronunciations, especially on the cuff. It appeared the woman was in costume. I just can't talk this much. I was unbelievable sum of money. Sato-san shine like diamonds in the sky. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is more anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. They want Acer to be a core IP, and honestly it has been. Like, I saw a report that Phoenix is like the third most popular Capcom character. So it's like, they know how important this IP is. They just need to continue pushing it. And so what that means is we need to make a 3D version of the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Am I right, y'all? Right. Let's just get through some of these. I want to get out of this place. Calls me as a victim. He knows anything useful, anything at all. Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some sort of test. London diary, Cosmo was keeping notes on the trip. But Also, can we talk about how great the music in this game is? The music is just stellar. Yeah. Well, he was above Leon Kennedy, even. It was like Dante and Ryu or something. But he was above even like Leon Kennedy. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you read it all? Quite. It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. And also, you've said he was Russian. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective like one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? God damn it. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, naming this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear that the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author was cut short. Tell me, what's the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, milkado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. This diary's lit with complicated looking characters of which I can read precisely none. This guy is on a perk. I mean, Takumi should be the main creator again. I think Yamazaki left. So I'm just not sure. Again, I mentioned this before. I'm not sure Takumi would want to retake on an IP when the games have been swayed away from his original vision, especially with the original vision of Apollo Justice. Stop laughing at me, Herlock. If you were to be so kind of show me, I'm happy to do 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. This ventilator grill, you saying the band is frequently referring to the lattice on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. So, I believe I grew you enough to consider the time of being, at least. Huh, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings and diaries have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, and I believe if I am still too long to seek sickness take hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door with which the ventilator is connected to. Great detectives are curious breeds. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhaustion. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will be clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? Well, a simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. You're kind of in cuffs. Oh, these. What do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as a culprit of any point. This guy. This guy. What do you mean? You must be joking. You said it only moments ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would never have cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say it too. You quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, what's this thing called gaslighting? I have no idea what that is. Seems like a bit of a farce, you know? Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, you must play your part more convincingly, moreover, and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, laughing in my face and saying that I'm a criminal when I'm not. This guy, I'm gonna sue him to oblivion and take all of his money. Alright, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Ah! After Cosmo spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me no choice in roll over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can while we have the chance to slip that next door. Good idea. Especially it look good for myself, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Cosmo to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the true culprit to justice. Justice, no Apollo. Alright. I haven't looked at this. Is Cosmo's sword, Karuma? It's gone. Yeah. Can I fucking leave? What? Ask you a favor, will you run outside? Your eyes are very blue. Sorry? The criminal asking a prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Nat! You stay in cabin until next port. Then it's up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright, there's no point trying to appeal to this man's bare nature, I'm sure. Crew, bolt. I mean, to be fair, I don't think anyone knows what Herlock is doing. Oh, look over there. The crewman, you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. I just realized the first case is going to be like one of the last cases we do, huh? Oh, we're almost there at the deduction. Don't worry. Is something wrong, Naruto-san? Oh, no, it's just a criminal. I can't help but seeing him feel like I've seen him before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? Hi. I recognize that face, but it can't be. I still don't know his condition, but I know that's just a red herring. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Another detective with a goat. What are you doing here? I think I should be that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hoped. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected it, but his presence may be helpful in this situation. Let's go. What are the special orders this time? I'm so tired. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. What? It was Minister of Justice Jigoku pushed for the overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort, which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off of him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside of his own cabin, not here on his first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi is dead as a result. I am a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. Yeah, it's a character trait, but also like when we see a character trait of someone coughing up blood, especially with the technical previous case to this, you just assume that he's a very bad dude, especially with how suspicious he's acting. So I just like how Hosodaga, he's just a stand-up dude. He's just genuinely just a really, really good character in the sense of just being a good help. Which, speaking of, can we please investigate the scene? We're doing everything we can invest Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might, but didn't you? But you didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. Would you like to investigate? Yes. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety if you moved even a touch to the cabin's door. That stormy-looking seaman would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They'd think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? We'll need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had solid reason why the next cabin should be investigated, for example, I'll do everything to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. Think of how you try to persuade me of your innocence. By presenting me with evidence. Yep, gotcha. Oh my god. Cosmo's diary. What is this? It's Cosmo's diary. I'm just catching up what to say. What would Hosodaga wear next? Hopefully a maid outfit. But, I mean, just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like a speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That's strange. Surely this is not an unbreakable speckled band that this is an adventure of. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate, we might be able to work out where that speckled band was. All right then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The cabin's giving me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first class cabin. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. Let me throw this out there. Has Ace Attorney missed with a detective character like this? Like Gumshoe, Hosonaga, even Emma, Fulbright. Have they really missed with a detective character? I failed to keep Asogi-san safe, so this is the least I can do. Thank you, Inspector. Let's seize the moment, Naruto-san. Just, yeah, give me the tutorial, thank you. Let's get out of here. Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit that wasn't expected. It was spacious. Holy shit, I've been in the stream for an hour and a half. Kama-san was being sent on the territory by the government. That's why he was put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, really, must be awful. Damn, that's some bad manspreading, man. Wait, you gotta leave some room for other people, man. Another song, you could look like a little boy with this shop. I am dying inside. Little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Cool. Alright. Boom. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer? That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady maid? I will beat the shit out of you, Sailor. Mr. Seaman Stroganoff. Ooh. We seem to have caught this sailor at a bad time, Sasato-san. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Woo! The best thing is to avoid eye contact, Mr. Beef. Government official, kings and queens travel on secret. This is why I'm gone in this place. Eh? Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. So you're involved in this. You're involved in a crime, huh? Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Sogi's currently occupied? Da. Suso-san, do you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it probably is Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's someone in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling the cabin next to Mr. Sogi? Knight. His name is Mr. Grimsley Royslot. He's a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man and would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Island. I'm in the house like carpet. That was harsh. Can you tell us when Mr. Roya came aboard? 9. That is none of your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks and I've been in Cosmo's cabin for the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's been anyone there. Well, presumably this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins. He must be rather important, is that right? None of your business. Cyclops, activate! I mean, it's just... Honestly, that's just a great sound design, honestly. Especially... because before, we just had the bird screaming in your face, but like now, we just got the engine of the cabin and all that stuff. That's what I think makes it super cozy. Honestly, the sound design is very underrated. The sound design is probably the most underrated thing about Ace Attorney. Especially when I can watch like any YouTube video right now, and I'd say half of them I can hear an Ace Attorney sound effect here and there. Like, I'm not joking. The sound design is super underrated, but it is incredible. Duh, all the time. Criminals like you come in or come out. I wonder, could he tell us anything about last night at all? Were you on watch last night? Of course. And do you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Arr! Susato, do you understand that? It was clearly no. Great impression. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no! Cyclops, boom, Cyclops right there. Honestly, I think if they showed more of the ship, it would get more complaints. Because, like, everything is isolated in this one thing. So I don't think you need to add more. Because, like, it's just... we are just investigating this isolated incident. We're not trying to investigate the entire ship. And plus, there's been a lot of complaints of just how much, like, jumping around in investigations can have. It's time to report cabin. You must return to cabin. It's alright. Bulkhead is second class area. It's a lock at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles at the top, or as English says, when pigs fly. Yes, I understand. You don't have a Japanese saying for me? Come on, man. Good. Now we can investigate this area proper. Shall we? Definitely. Alright. Let's get to investigating. And hope my mic doesn't fall. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presuming it means there's nothing to report. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape. That's an emergency alarm. You probably shouldn't touch that, Ryunosuke. You don't want to get in any more trouble. Press only if it is a time of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarms ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this is what are you doing, Mr. Naruto? You can't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Look, I'm in these freaking handcuffs. They are hurting. Have you ever been in handcuffs, Sudo? They fucking hurt. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you're worried to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you're going to be in an even worse situation. But I am hurting. My wrists are going to fall off. Also, I just love how there's a random mousetrap. Like, you can investigate it, but I know it's absolutely, completely useless. Okay, the next hours and one event later. Yes, Maybe I saw this. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one else to help with our inquiries. How? No. Ah! I'm doing a little improv, man. Come on. Do you think handcuffs are comfortable? Come on. Such a high-pitched scream must have been what? Stand aside! I'm about to break this board down! I love this guy. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When it fits on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Now the deuce can I dispatch this muscular horde? What prey can I kick? Say, Mr. Naruhodo, you're looking fairly kickable all of a sudden. Look at those shins. I'm ready to just grab my foot and launch it straight into your ankle. I think we should go in. There's no time for stress relief. 9th of January, Essensburia. Who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in cabin. True, this old man does not appear to be the only person here. But in this case, who just screamed? Get out, all you, now! Please excuse the introduction, but you're Mr. Grimsley Royalt, I believe. Yes, that me, and you? I am the one and only actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. Damn. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. This man uses magazines like a business card. Detective. I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might be so bold and ask you to open that small traveling case. What? Don't be a stupid. How could anyone fit its small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside of one's trunk. Don't look at me like that. Oh. The case is alive. It's a mimic. Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I will call Stewart. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsley Royalt. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. So are you profiling? Come on, Ryunosuke. You can't be profiling in the year of 1900. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find out clues about this before the burly sailor returns. Alright, we got a big section ahead of us, so give me a second. Holy crap, I've been streaming for almost 2 hours already. Alright, let's go. Hello, Mr. Royot. Last night we've been... Man, what are you doing? Alright, Mr. Sholmes. Do you have a moment, Mr. Sholmes? You only need to address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, didn't I? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in here? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for an inevitable time that you would need me to call my great power detective. Yo! It seemed that the hour is upon us. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host is in this cabin. Mr. Roylott is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, a gun. The truth, of course, I mean. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for Russians. Just like a gun. Right. Can you imagine how the Russians will react when and the secret that he guards so closely exposed? We'd like to witness it. Oh yes, please. Alright. What do you say about my well-astute so? For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deductions to this case. Let's go. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, as I asked you? What? For time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow's dubious on account of his Russian ears or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't know either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but once he reads it, the capital member. Shh! I must have complete silence. Domain expansion. What you doing? Why are you peering in my face like that? I was just looking into your beautiful eyes. Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates the facts. Mr. Roylott, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What are you on? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. You know, Shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, of the conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment, no less in the midst of committing the most grievous crime. Beneath the beard, her mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize that you've been discovered. Checkmate, does it not? Oh, no, also, I never really just... That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all over you. He deduces everywhere. He deduces all over your stupid face. What infallible twaddle? Oh yes, I've read it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and now I experience the astonishing and Barry's great deductions firsthand. This is like a dream come true. Well, I'm still in fucking handcuffs, so good thing you're having a dream. I'm not. I'm suffering. My best friend's dead. Also, your best friend's dead. So what do you mean is a dream come true? Everyone's fucking dead. I can hardly believe it, but the color has drained in Mr. Roylet's face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could I possibly know such things you wish to say? Pray. Very well. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery? Let us board as train of reasoning. But plainly, let's work through my deductions together. I just realized once we have to get to investigation games when all those investigations occur in like a single day, this is gonna be a lot of fucking pain. So the dubious looking rush of Mr. Roylet, obviously what catches my eyes in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want to with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard, you sport. I love how everyone joined back in once the deduction is starting. Now moving on. The question that begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylet? Once again, the answer is quite plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper in particular, this fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read, Mr. Roylet. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Borkovich flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond a doubt. You are a fierce Russian revolutionary himself, villain Borkajev. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Yes, indeed. We got a Russian revolutionary here to blow up the Crystal Tower here. Wrongdoing. Let's go. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Oh. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylet. Taken unawares, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak much more than eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies within the fervent glance and falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case can be opened and its cons laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, I ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit there indeed. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited of this life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need to follow the furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open the traveling case can equally be found on the pages of the newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn to the fleeting revolutionary to the back page. Renowned premier ballerina Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to not but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. Abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. That's your crime indeed. And thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction, this Russian enigma, Elmensky. What a minigame. What a minigame. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we've had the same discussion before, but those two men look nothing alike. Yes, I recalled our discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. He, well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roy does look more like that man than you. That's not the point. And another thing, the part of him abducting that ballerina. Indeed, it's truly a startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small. You'll be lucky to fit a 5-year-old in that case. Even if you pushed really hard, like really hard, stuffing that 5-year-old in there, it's not gonna work. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is it? You see? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. So 3 times of your deduction. Oh, I did not know. How could I? Well, she's 15, and 10 years' worth for her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveness in their bodies. Vinegar? Really? For such a sour bunch, you'd suppose be simply to contort oneself into the confines of a small... No! Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mrs. Sholmes. This whole thing's turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut through the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just, when he directs his attention at his logic, it seems a little off. Your idea of little may be a little off itself, Ms. Suzuto. There's just 1 or 2 key words in his deductions that may seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we could perhaps tactically switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switching some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully, I feel sure if we can do that, we can unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely my thought. Now I was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work, indeed. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. You need to shut the fuck up. As you know, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrist. I'm free! Joke's on you guys! I actually killed Cosma. I'm out of here. What you gonna do? Restrain me again, you dummies? How did... I feel they may hinder your ability to follow me in my dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mrs. Sholmes, you are a marvel. Marvel no comics. And don't worry, I shall restore your shackles on your wrist when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let's begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba ba da ba da 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 da. All right, let's speed run this. My voice is hurting enough. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off beard? Yeah, yep. Let's switch a keyword. All right, but how? Yep, exactly. If we do manage to find something that fits the set of deduction better, then what? Then we'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto. Why am I always the one doing something about this? Well, anyways, let's see if there's anything we can do to use to switch around that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Royland really going to use those enormous shears for? I wonder. Maybe that fucking golden hair. Ah, yes. That was my term to aura farm. This is just aura farming this segment. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You were on the verge to use those shears to cut away the golden locks, you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not benefit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. If only I managed to cut off my hair, no one would expect it. The question then begs is this. Why would you desire to get rid of the magnificent walks? Once again, the answer's plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Sure, it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about a revolutionary. Well, that's a shock. Had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? Ryunosuke? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts from Mr. Shaw. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. What are you? This drink me, baby. We're just friends. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Shaw's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he picked out doesn't fit the facts at all. No, that's true. Let's give Ms. Royal as a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different deduction by now. Let's switch the evidence with something else. Alright. Boom. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on its head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nokovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Nokovich Ballet premier ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh my god. Mrs. Nikolina Pavlova. Pavlova. And she's dead. Oh, never mind, she's alive. Sit. Roar. Bonk. Sonk. And it's an entirely different model. Yeah, that's an entirely different model. You're right. You're right. My real name's Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Look, I'm just not good at pronunciating when I've been talking for 2 hours, alright? Now, as for my second... I can't even say conclusion. Oh my god, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Take it unawares, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray. I will assure you, the eyes stray obviously and then the mouth. And for the glances falls, the proof of your crime sits before your very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. Where you're acting like Dr. Susan, Herlock Sholmes. What's in the case? What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? Oh!
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in a Nokovich ballet, is it not? Domain expansion again. Indeed, it would appear that identical to the tiara pictured here on the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you have left the ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am alone. All I need is money. But I did not steal tiara. It was a present from me. How do you say an earl from Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come. Let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? What's in the box? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, that it exists some reason why you wish to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense of playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea what the contents of your case is, even before I've laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your care is Coupe Doyle and Papa. Coupe Doyle. Once again, you need to follow the first glaze of the answer. It's clearly the bookshelves. Ms. Sholmes adopted his logic, but why would it be the bookshelves? Well, guess. Do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem like the reason. Let's go. It's not the bookshelves because it's the rules of passage.
Yes!
Holy. Yes, the reason you refuse to open the case is written on the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabin. Pets are strictly prohibited. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden for the carriage of on this vessel. That be the real reason you reveal its contents. As we've seen, the truck wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous items will move on its own accord. How is it still breathing in there? That's my question. Damn, 300K is crazy. It's the last item on the forbidden list. A pet. Possession of a prohibited animal. Deduction complete. We finished the dance, and that is deductions. Nice. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimsy Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which could have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intend to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Oh my god. Yet to a woman, hair is not a trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So, it was just you. So, if you were just about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let the scream we heard from outside the cabin? I know, other than the young lady, naturally. Like Renosuke, what kind of question was that? More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. What kind of question was that? I was so scared when I ran away from Shanghai. I was sure that they would come looking for me, and that's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself. Disguised. Why is that tripping me up? As a result, you try sorting yourself a questionable old man. Yes, sir. But when furred by fake hair, then just before you came here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut off all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up those scissors in my hand and chop chop. And at that precise moment, we walked through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I would like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You're right. It's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If Captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, well, I'm kind of the suspected murderer, so I probably don't want to talk to the crew right now. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Was it something Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, can we open a case, by the way? The pet's clearly suffocating. Observe your wrists. Oh, god damn it. Look, I want to do accents. My voice is already cooked. There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Ah, get it, really. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. Having to find out what that speckled band Cosmo-sama wrote in his diary really was. Right. Oh, God. Damn, I've been streaming for 2 hours. This is not normal for me. Crewman, the man who died, he was a friend of mine. That's why we're trying to figure out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for instance. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps the steam engine had exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you could tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I can think of is last night when what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't know anything that would happen around me. Oh, I see. You run away from the ballet company, Novich Ballet. Yes, I'm traveling from Great Britain. From there, I want to go to America. Why would we want to go to America? I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish you forget a challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara of mine, I need it to live. I have no money on my own. The Novich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, I would have been killed. So you ran away to protect yourself. Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have been so kind to me. That's the thing I feel like. First off, there's no other cases in January. It's just this 1 week of all the cases back to back to back. So there's literally no other case in January. This is the last case in January. The next case we have is in February, which is Bridge to the Turnabout. And 2, I think something that sets the Great Ace Attorney apart from the rest of the Ace Attorney games is just the simple fact that the world building is so great. We're dealing with like multiple different countries, multiple different nationalities, multiple different tribes and problems that all these characters are going through differently that aren't necessarily important to the grander narrative, but just feels just like, oh, these real things are happening. Literal child indentured slavery, basically, right now. Literally forcing kids to be entertainment across the world, for instance, and want to get away from that. They are really good at building that world building, especially, and they set it up very well with this case. We're literally dealing with a whole different country that's not Russia or Japan, or that's not London or Japan. We're dealing with Russia and a bunch of the problems that come from Russia. Because I remember reading stuff how they they didn't want to lean too far into that, but then it's like you're losing a very important element of this game if you don't lean into it. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum. I'm not sure, but what's her conundrum? What's her conundrum? Miss Pavlova, Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to the newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night you aborted the vessel. However, the Suspiria stopped at no port last night. Hi, Garfrat. How's it going? That's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be on board? Teleportation. I mean, they have a bunch of different, like Western, nationalities. We have Russia, we have France, we have, I think there's Spain and Italy and German. So, there's a bunch of different nationalities. And simply put, I don't think Ace Attorney is that big in Russia. So it's I don't think it's top priority for them as of yet. It's just a sign of the times because these are some of the bigger European nations with Russia and all those said countries. And this case is set in London during that period where these nationalities were very prevalent. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Angels descend for the heavens, bring grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what is that? It is newspaper that described into performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Damn. Main character syndrome much? Considering English isn't your mother's tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement. For the I'm so sleepy. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it does not look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Alright, tell me about your friend, and can we make it so it's not suffocating your trunk anymore? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please don't tell. I don't tell. Telling the crew, if they found my precious, then the burly Russians will bestir themselves into units and throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. You really love scaring the shit out of people, huh? Well, once again, localization is not as simple as it looks. There is a lot to go, especially with a game with this much dialogue. The localization is very hard. It's not that simple. So it's we could say we want all these languages instantly, but Ace Attorney is not a top priority for them. Especially when it comes to localization, when they're probably working on another game or all that stuff. Cases like these can take years to localize because simply localization is hard, especially when you're not given enough resources to do it. Most of these games, the first Ace Attorney was built on a 7-person team, and I don't think they're giving that extra more people on these teams to help localize these games. So this game only has Japanese. It took this game 4 or 5 years to localize this game to English only. I'm not sure how long it's going to take for it to translate to Chinese or Korean or all these other languages. Because let me just save real quick. I'm very curious now. What languages they do have. I am curious what languages they do have that we can switch. Yeah, they literally only have Japanese and English. So they still have to consider like Chinese, Korean, Spanish. There's a lot of different languages that they haven't even yet tackled yet. It took that many years for them to just translate to English. One game. Took that many years to translate one game to English. So it's like, because the second Great Esoteric came out in 2017, this game came out in 2021. It took them 4 years to translate one game practically, plus a bunch of other optimization and all that stuff. But translations aren't that easy, especially when we're dealing with a lot of different languages, including a bunch of intonations for different nationalities and ethnicities. Dude, that's already difficult to do in English. I'm not sure how you can portray that same. I don't speak. I mean, I know a little bit of Chinese. 我觉得一点点的中文啊。可是 but I'm not sure how you can accurately portray those intonations and those different like types of speaking for like someone that is like the Russian accents or the Irish accents that we see later down the line. So I'm not sure how they're able to tackle those types of things that easily, is what I'm trying to get across. Because this game is very heavy on the translation, and it's very much going to be very difficult to translate in a lot of different languages. Oh, this time they're just guessing ones. Alright, place your bets. What pets are going to be inside of that suffocating to death? You two are miserable bunglers and the nature of young ballerina's friends. Clear, isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits: a rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you eat your friends, I'll remember that. It's not a chicken. She's obviously not quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to know about her. Maybe she's might be able to shed some light on it. This is a diary of a friend who passed away. His diary. Yes, he wrote in it last night before he died something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckling band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins the cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh, Miss Pavlova, have something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you, or the whistling sound perhaps? No, I don't know nothing. Oh, damn. What? Excuse me, Mr. Royal. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain Quarter at once, please. Alright, I will. I'll come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Royal. Get up! The passengers it out, or do you want me to throw you out? No, looks like we're going to have to leave investigating this crime no longer. What a pity. And so we lost our chance, and we still not managed to investigate Miss Paolo's cabin. We were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Right. We're gonna have to keep on going because it's still the exact same day. Damn, it's been 2.5 hours already. Holy shit. Oh god. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clues as a Speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to do for a while longer. We'll never get past the sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away just as quietly as when, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists. Well, I think I remember when you do. Cosmo's cabin. Yeah, looks like they're investigating on the subject with me unscathed. Yeah. Let's talk to Hosanaga. You'll never know. Ah, Hosanaga. Ah, you look like shit. Oh yeah, the Lego set. Wait, let me quickly see what the update on that is. Because when I first looked at it, it was like at like I think like so at the beginning of the day it was like just past 1K. And then it was almost at 2K last night. So let me see what it's at right now. I'm so glad Google randomly recommended it to me. They reached 2,000? Oh wow, they're well past 2,000. They're at 2,600 now. That's crazy. I'm doing free promotion for this guy because you know what? This guy deserves it. If you guys like Lego sets, this guy has made a bunch of Lego figures for all these characters. And if we get to 10K, they may consider actually making a Lego set, which is kind of sick. But he put in a lot of work, as you can tell, including Phoenix getting bashed in by a fire hydrant. But it's genuinely sick as fuck. So yeah. That's all I have to say. You can like look it up eventually. But right now, we have a long time of this case to go through. So, and my voice is already very much chopped. So, apologies if I'm like speed running through this. It's not that, it's more so just I have no voice to talk too much. So, I'm just going through them. I've played this case so many times, so. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name is something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Compare notes. See, even after getting beat up, he's still the guy. He's still that guy. He's still awesome. Nikolina Pavlova is the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respected ballet fan would know that graceful angel? Yeah, see, that's me right now. That's me right now. I am dying right now. Hosonaga really did need his own theme, man. Oh, a Hosonaga theme would go crazy if he had one. I'm lying down. I'm dying. Ah. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that's a neighboring cabin, unrelated. How so? Because angels don't go committing crimes, do they? Damn. Inspector, have your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm being honest, that's very little. There's very little much more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to head over to Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying to not take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Alright, what's the new information? You see, I usually have a friend to help me, but they have classes on Thursday, Friday, so it's just me right now. It's this. The Bureau's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, causes post-mortem report. Caused by someone. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what read on a report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There was no obvious signs of There was no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing that has been found as of yet. But the fact that there are no signs of a wound, so thus there may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Cosmo. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Yeah, I get a nice break until February, and then February is just an onslaught, so don't have a lot of fun with that. I'd never had agreed to. Okay, hold on. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Hosonaga is a real one. I wish there was even more to see from him, but like even past like even when he's not on screen, his impact is still seen. The post-mortem report has been entered into court record. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have been bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, is what he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Yep. The Great Ace Attorney has. The Great Ace Attorney is a bulky case. I somehow managed to power through. Like, like, I can look at my Steam real quick. Like, I have 140 hours in this game. So, and that's like not all the other times that I play. But like, yeah, there is a lot of things going on. But I really do love this case, and I'm glad I'm revisiting it. Hi, Dave Bobley. But yes, this case is awesome. I'm just, yeah, I'm just cooked, and I can tell why it would take like 4 years to get through all of this, because this is a packed narrative. Hey, good having you here, Play Ace Attorney. See you, man. I keep forgetting people aren't in the same time zone as me, because right now it's like almost afternoon. Shoe polish, not losing cold, I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Cosmo-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Yes, it was colored red line, but darker. I often repaired it for him. Does that mean that the mark was Cosmo's shoe polish? Alright. This is nowhere near the longest case. This is nowhere near the longest case. It's just, though, actually no, I scratched that. Once we get to investigations, probably the Blaze turnabout is going to be the longest playthrough. And I'm not sure how I'm going to get through that. I'm going to be honest. Oh, wait. Yeah, and the Blaze is going to be so annoying. Because I think it's the Blaze, Turnabout Blaze, which is the final case. But also we have to play the Turnabout Visitor, the first case of that game as well, on the same day. So that case is going to be annoying. Turn post, yes. My views for the best, thank you. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no, well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Osogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a very heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. Yep, those take place on the same day. I'm pretty certain. Yamazaki just has a thing of like misaligning a shit ton of the cases. So it's like, oh, this is technically the first case, but we are going to tackle cases 3 days in the past, and yada yada yada. Yamazaki just likes to do that for some reason, and it causes a lot of, yeah. So it causes a situation where I'm like, damn. Not in January. Look, Naruhodo-san, Steam is showing me I was gone. Bruce Sailor, which means, yeah. And then, tra-la-tra-lee. Yes, I have been doing the escapades. I wish I could do the second Great Ace Attorney ones, but yeah. In fact, I did the first thing we did after Rescue for Turnabout on the first day was the escapade that was set in this cabin. So, with like Sholmes coming in, it's like, oh, you have a stowaway. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin and go investigate. Well, first, hey, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, look. Looks like you're going to turn up next. He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Mr. Sholmes!
What is it? What, you want to fight?
Honestly, interrupted whatever.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Look at me.
I'm so glad I installed a mod for 60 FPS because look how smooth his moves are trying to kill me. I very nearly dropped you on the floor with one of my famous right hooks. get a picture now. Could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's law and penned its stock for the... Ah, yes, the ship's log. And do you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries were blank. Which means there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student of the land of the rising sun. You are utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy. It's inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and it shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman offstands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes in that every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. Yeah, all of this is motion captured. It's awesome. Great. They did some great motion capture art with this. Just logs from nothing reported blank. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant, in fact, that it caused Mr. Seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would shake my life on it. You must log the ship's log into your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, as you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance. Yeah. Ooh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. It seems to be afflicting with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. You should really take some Advil. Anyway, well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's singing to himself, and he wanders off. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Everyone's having throbbing heads. It's crazy. You're in a house like carpet again? Is it asinine attorneys that they didn't translate? I mean, I could technically play the asinine attorneys. If I'm not sure about those. I don't even know if those have dates on them. But they are in appalled justice right now. So, yeah. Alright. Let's speed run this investigation. Oh, the cat's out. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san, ooh, where is she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are There's not a moment to waste. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Cosmo's sake. Not just for Cosmo-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. out of all the characters in Ace Attorney, I feel like because I've seen this sometimes, if I've heard someone say, oh, I don't like Susato, I get irrationally angry about that. Not gonna lie. I really do like Susato's character and how much she's able to grow throughout this game. She's like the only character, like Maya, Godot, Dahlia, a lot of characters. I'm like, yeah, I can understand. If you just like Susato, I'm like, I'm willing to throw hands. I'm not even kidding. I mean, she does come off like very strong in this first half of the case, but like that's the point of a character, to grow, to change, to evolve, and clearly she's able to recognize that and like recognize like, oh, I've been impulsive, I've been able to change, and also she's just very smart. She feels like a true assistant, not just one that's like bullying you constantly. So it's like, yeah. Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. Believe me, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just skimming through a lot of these. I kind of know. Alright, we're going to clean this up. Books toppled. Yeah, Susato's going to clean it all up. Like, I mean, Ryutaro and Susato are literally just the exact same character. Like, they're the same. Obviously, she's put on an act in that case, but it's still her. Like, that's the whole point. It's her. Alright. The cat's out of the bag. Friend secret. Where is it now? Oh! What's that? Whee! Oh shit, we're getting arrested again. Shut out engine the vessel sighted a quarter-mile for. Full stop, all starboard, all hands on base way back. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato, hold it. Ah! And we're dead. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. And everything's fucked. I think we avoid. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there? Unbolt the bolt door quickly. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Do you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy up the place. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that's what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Right. Alright. We got one more section. Oh, God. Alright. I'm going to take one more water break. And then we are powering through the rest of this case. "9th of January, SS Beria, Miss Pavlova's cabin." Alright. I'm going to be taking one more break. And we will go from there. All right. One final section, and then I can finally rest my voice. Oh. All right. Y'all ready? Oh. Mute ya. Salta Sound took a deep breath, then gently slid back to bolt. You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What happened? What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears it would have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered an alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Alright. Everything chaos. Passengers screaming, crews are running everywhere. And the first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm, but does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder dressed in... Damn, chill out, man. Damn. What I do? Come on. You opened my traveling case. How could... What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yeah? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He a criminal. He doesn't have enough to... Yeah, killed a man. Duh. He was a stowaway as well. He's a vixen promising to steal chicken. Do you believe? Take him away. He's trespassing as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She right. You are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below the deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock at Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. You don't have to do all that, man. Like, I'm just a your friendly lawyer, man. Come on. Please, Inspector, is there nothing you can do? This is Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal for the captor's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is really a crisis. I gotta find a solution. Immediately. It's almost like I need to go examine, go to the right and see what the fuck are you doing? What? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? What the heck is this? Actually, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels on top of my head. Haven't I told you that as a detective, it's my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why are you hanging for the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? You probably assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles naturally. I wish to determine if it could bend that conceited looking hook on a wall so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Gosh darn it. You again, the great detective. Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report most urgently. Well, you might be looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of a curious murder that took place last night here in a vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What bullshit you got? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. You know what this means? When he's ready to illuminate stuff, some tomfoolery is going to be happening. For I am about to reveal the great detective's great admired great deductions. About to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction. You foolishly foolishly great detective, great detectives, great detective, Sorry, what happened? My bad. Sorry. Even a hedgehog understanding the case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We found criminal in wardrobe. It's this stowaway, and I have handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it, man. Come on. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Besides, because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Yes, this is my freaking breakdown. I'm talked too much. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what was called a locked room mystery in the detective stories. The locked room story. That's great. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room after all. Noni-san? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance is never explained? While the gate open mouth... the ventilator, man! You didn't understand me? I'll say it again. You think this funny? I gotta put my arm through that hole. That's because your arm is as thick as a tree trunk. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left through the victim's cabin through the tiny door opening. Why are you so caught up on there's another location? There is 3 locations here. There's only 3 locations that could be a part of this. Like, the only involved locations are Cosmos, this room, and the hallway. That's all that can be involved here. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Cosmos wrote on his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilation grill. Indeed I am, indubitably. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to this particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Why are you boxing all of a sudden? What's the point of this? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not. I am ready. I have my fisticuffs out. What am I about to expose for you will shock you to your very core. Behold! A snake. A slithering snake. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think this case you have to call it the Stripe Band, wouldn't you? Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke. Do you want me to strangle you right now? This is clearly the Speckled Band right now. This isn't called a Stripe Band, so clearly my deduction's correct. Now, if you want to feel the air in your lungs in the next 30 minutes, you better shut the fuck up. You hear me, Ryunosuke? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that this is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you fall? It's a trap? How exactly, Mr. Sholmes? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but That is all. Death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yeah. There are two conclusions I'm drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim to lose his life. No. She turned as white as a bowl of rice again. That's pretty white. Sholmes must be right. He hit the nail on its head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Osogi? It looks like he can't speak with a snake coiled around his head. That's for sure. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of your long friend in your neck. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, it's time. We're so back, y'all. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. The death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it's that very pain that evidenced your inescrutable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin on this portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent we see, the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact leaves us with a quandary. The victim's written observation of the night in question tells of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen marking does not fit the description in any way. What explanation can you give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. I have nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have to answer this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that of which you're trying hard but failing to conceal can only be the sink sloshed skin. Exactly. Evidently, at the sudden horrible crime that was most deadly of the friend of yours. Shed its original skin, no? He changed skin tones. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, we let the liquor cock. Using a bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quandaries. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life to a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. It is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slots its skin. A snake so dreadful we can imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Yes, indeed, India! Most known for their snakes. Alright, we got a speckled snake. Alright, what other bull crap do we got? How Mr. Osogi died? Holy crap. Moving on, we get here the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Welcome to my theater spectacular. According to the data of which it has been apprised, it would appear there was no visual signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine there is some remains of evidence to affirm that it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the deal. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. Yeah, it really doesn't. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You had the evidence that links you in the traveling case. When we first met in the cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't mean? It is telling that the victim made note of the whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound that you used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you listened to the signs of the life next door. If the victim appeared not to be dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone some training? It's not true. Having slid through the ventilation and down the bell cord, the creature needed only sink its fangs once. And the venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can only not be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Bravo, Sholmes. You did it. You solved the crime. Congratulations. Arrest her. Death. This concludes the Herlock Sholmes' logic and reason are spectacular. Wow, everyone's in shock. What a brilliant deduction from Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snakes as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I can see why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable, as Russians say. I could have done it with one left hand. What do you mean by that? What's the matter, Susato? Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But, of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Something doesn't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions out to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, actually, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. What? And, actually, it's really only mammals that drink milk, you know? So, I'm not sure the possibility to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes don't have ears. What? They don't have ears? Yeah, so I'm not sure if it's really possible to signal the snake by whistling. But damn, on the tales of Arabia. Have you not heard of snakes that dance to the sounds of the flute? I think perhaps the performers played the music in time with the snake's natural movements. I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept and they're practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. What more? What? How fucking useless are these reptiles? Snakes use their scales on their bells to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb using a flat bell cord like the one in the cabins. Yeah, I was gonna mention that. This is literally just Takumi just going up to the Sherlock Holmes novel because it's based off like wasn't it like a snake actually doing a poison snake like this, right? But this is just Takumi projecting through Suzuto. Like, none of this is possible. You're full of shit, Conan Doyle. And they should try out. Please don't be angry with me. Either snakes have gone through the ventilator to the next or it could have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine a snake could have been part of this. Man, he really wanted the snake to be involved. I thought snakes are so cool though. They slither around. They were like wriggly little things. I thought they would be so cool. It's such a cool murder weapon, poisoning people and stuff. You're telling me that these fucking creatures are useless? Nice argument, Shu Takumi. However, turnabout big. Well, he did have well intoxicated, so yeah. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, you don't mean... Yeah, I think we need to modify Sholmes' lazy deductions and turn them into great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling this was coming. Alright, let's do this. We're gonna... Don't worry. We understand snakes are useless, and we'll find a less useless creature. You've done it again. Your haircuts are gone. Where'd it go? Oh, up my ass. Alright, let's do this. Once Age of 37 comes out and I inevitably stream that, you guys are going to figure out how inept I truly am at figuring out cases. Trust me. I just know all the, I'm like speed running through all of this just because like I've played these games 15 bajillion times. But once Age of 37 comes around, you're going to show me how bad I am at deductions. His death. Interpretive expression. Let's take a look. What is she really looking at? It's like she's looking at her the claw scratch. Yes, when you recall the horrid events, that claw scratch marks with pain. Indeed, the simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, you did in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died yesterday, I feel so sad, and when I'm sad, pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evident is your inscrutable link to the victim's death. So, oh god, everything's itchy right now. Hold on. So we asked, as what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin on the portrait's night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which that you boarded the vessel, was it not? And as suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the serpent. Yeah. It seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by his friend or hers, does it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet. Well, Sholmes is very upset by that. Ah, wonder. Oh, look at the photograph. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. Yeah, but personally, it's the little black creature that she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a look at this. Look at the cat he's cuddling. Oh, what a cute little kitten. For the blackest outfit. A black kitten. From the look of this picture, he's seems very attached to it. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, indeed, the scratch in the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. The whereabouts of this black kitten aren't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of the Speckled band, whereas, regrettably, there's no speckle in sight. The specimen's markings don't fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was the sight that we felt upon the victim's eyes last night? Oh, but it does. And I have to answer this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, what you're trying to hide but failed to conceal is the snake's sloth skin. Do you see that? She just took it out of her pocket and hid it behind her. Oh, it's almost like it's not a snake skin. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth or something. And it looks like it has a handle on it. I think it may be a cat toy. Guess I can chase bands. Alright, there we go. Yes. Bam. Oh, damn, my voice is shot. Ah! Yes, the thing you're trying to hold failed because it is a cat toy. Precisely the true nature of the infamous Speckled band. You waved it around here, I presume. The victim who failed to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, they can only have an answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator in the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the Speckled cat toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of her friend, Miss Pavlova, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is the blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. It was after I gave her food that last night. That was when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Alright, we got a freaking hat now. I just realized those are the initials at the top are just his initials, huh? Anyway, moving on, we have the heart of matter victim. How did the man die? I don't know. Maybe it's the reason that he died wasn't because of venom. Oh god. Let's see the information. Oh, the cat is so venomous. It's almost like he didn't fuck. It's almost like he fuck. I presented my badge. Fuck. Oh, well, clearly with my badge, right? It's pretty spectacular. It's so spectacular that it killed him. You're saying that your badge killed him? Yeah, and who owns that badge? You. Renosuke, the person currently accused. It's almost like you killed him. Ah. Autopsy. Oh, post-mortem. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I did one way or another. His neck was... Indeed, a break in the cervical vertebrae is fatal, and that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have a good authority on the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that of the scene of the crime. Could there be? Yes. An examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Cause died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. That's a distinct possibility, and of yet no murder weapon has been found. Presumably, Darker didn't silently create a fatal blow, I suppose. It was a fall that hit the ground. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that broke his neck. Bad fall. It's rather hard to believe he was a clumsy man. We need to fix his deduction somehow. Is there something for the scene that could explain what happened? Perhaps this shoe print. Let's go. Yes, the examination of the mark will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark is probably visibly next to the victim's body. It is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, policy identified as a little analysis device I constructed, which I carried now as a matter of course. Yeah, I really do like this case. It's just I can barely talk right now. Beeswax Talo die. Like, I think this is a really solid case. I think a lot of people love to argue that this is a very weak case. This is very bullshit. This sucks. But I'm like, this is a pretty fun case. It's a very, like, self-contained case. And it's also a very, like, grounded case compared to the rest of other Ace Attorney cases. Which is why it's like, it doesn't feel as spectacular. But in a way, just with the character moments and all the depth of it, I feel like elevated above a lot of other cases. Because there's nothing too explicitly wrong with the case. It's just rather grounded. So, but I do like that element of it, of how grounded it is, especially with the twist that's coming up. And by dreadful turn of fate, called his friend, I can't fucking speak! Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in an instant he lost his life. How long have I been streaming? How long have I been streaming? Oh, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Holy shit. Is it really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Sogi lost his life? Hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does suggest what happened. And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in the cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look. The answer must be here somewhere. Right, waistband. Let's take a look in the waistband. Oh, look at that. There's a little bell.
Yes.
That's right. You hid evidence linked to the victim's death in the waist Waste paper. Bleh. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, of which one is familiar in the air. Precisely, we found another piece of broke glass in Mr. Sogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. So, Ms. Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of the glass object, which evidently broke at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin? Got him! You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Yeah, it's just not a courtroom segment, but also we have an entire game spin-off that is about following just the investigation part. Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? And I like having these segments more than like just a recreation of a testimony, essentially. Like a mini testimony in the middle of the investigation game. So I think this feels more intuitive to be like, oh, we're actually trying to solve something. The evidence linking in glass base would be your cat.
Yes!
If you look at the photograph, you can see, hanging from Darka's collar, is that very glass bell in question. We're just bullying this girl, though. The truth has caught up to you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble your absent feline friend Darka. Another little nitpick. We never get to see this cat. Where the fuck is this cat? I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Where the hell is this cat? We only have the photo. Where is this cat? We did it! Logic deduction complete. Damn, it's 1:40 for me. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. I was a little after 1 in the morning. I was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. They threw the cat overboard? What the hell? She was fast, so she disappeared through the ventilator, so I couldn't stop her. And that's how you acquired a very nasty wound on the back of your hand. Yes. And I had to read the rules on the wall. I knew that it was not allowed. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing working. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing she did in return. So the faint whistling sound Kalsher wrote about was in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Makes sense. I've heard Sebastian the best, not Sebastian's the best, so. Yes, so there was nothing really I could do. So I had to wait until she had calmed down, but then. I nearly passed out with shock. I've had heard her cry out, and then, oh, what such a dreadful bang, and then afterwards, nothing. It was total silence. Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seemed likely that what you heard was the victim stepping out of the glass bell and tripping on it. It was a large vessel, but you could roll violently without warning. If Mr. Sook was already off balance at the moment of the ship literally to his fate, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily cause him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, the cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up, I heard a young man in the cabin next to mine die, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone of what happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? If the snake is your friend, who and where could it have come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board a ship? Oh. Why would you own such a useless creature? Come on. Snake is friend. His name is Purzako. What? Why would you own such a useless creature? Come on. You can't hear? You can't climb, you can't do anything. Yes, how did a snake get it? How did a snake get in the cabin? How are snakes on a boat? Ah! Animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be along without a close friend, without someone who understands. Can you find someone a little more human who could understand you better? Ryunosuke does not like pets. But my dear burly fellow, our gargantuan venomous sake, surely you can appreciate the danger that you're putting everyone in. No venom. Venom! Venom! Huh. Here's does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but gentle. He's adorable like Granny. It's venomous. Now he's hungry in bad mood, but once I feed him, you see great big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Huh. Like they say, they milk chickens ridiculous. Snake that drink milk only in stupid stories. Here's I eat mouse, big fat round mouses. Oh, so that's what the mousetrap's in the mouse race for. Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look of their eyes look right now. He's gonna kill that snake. He's gonna skin that snake alive. Be a snake oil salesman or some shit. It feels right now. Get here so I can climb up the Gordon. Does not even venomous. It's what? No milk, no hearing. No climbing, no venom. How the deuce did someone so inept at land a starring role? It's not my fault. I did not make the story. My superiors all have nothing to do with the incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Man. That has to be a hella aura loss. Dying to a cat, right? Unless Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what circumstances, I can't forgive you. But why are you talking about, Miss Big Tobo? What lies? Miss Pablo just confess everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift of knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Get her! Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues of this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? Damn, what I do? Besides kill my best friend, what I do? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. God fucking damn it, Sholmes! Let me free! I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we make our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuo was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom even. In that case, you must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. It's moments when Sholmes actually locks in, shit gets real. It is, like, every time he's able to just lock in, we see magic. It's incredible. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Truth about how you really died. About how the scene in your cabin really came to be. Let's fucking do this. Alright. Alright. I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes, of course. I am more than ready. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it, in fact, no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kid and had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, but still an act. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story. The evidence is right there in Kazuo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death could possibly been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in the photographic print. There is no way Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. That script is Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The words written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people wouldn't leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he would study Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. I know we have some people who speak Russian in chat. Is Russian easy? I don't think Russian's that easy. I don't think Russian's that simple of a language like she claims. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It's making no difference whether it's Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could leave this message on the floor, and the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Kinda. Russian is the easiest language of the Slavic languages, besides the alphabet. Gotcha. Cosmo would still not know what the fuck that means, but yeah. Understandable. One day I'll learn Russian, totally. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything, because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Sogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly been there, if what Miss Pavlova told is true. So Susato-san noticed it too. Putting the message on the floor aside, there's something else. Another piece of evidence. The bell.
Yes!
This, the piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that glass bell had the kid had around it, we already noticed. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in the logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. Where's the update preliminary report? Well, if we learn in the future, there's a reason they don't want to show it. If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up here in the cabin? Yes. Remember when we found the other half of the glass in the waste paper? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no! But, both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Sogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or hers own guilt. Ka! Shaw! Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Sogi's. Oh dear. You're a waste of time. Someone else was there? Duh! Of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from outside. There's no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in that cabin was young student died was you. Yes, that's true. I was there seeing a crime. I admit it. But you were shut inside the cabin order to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left a message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell and has fallen on the floor for the fear of becoming evidence to be shown how Mr. Sogi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended over the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder why that the culprit failed to notice a little fragment of a teeny tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Hold it! Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is a woman of sea. She is daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills as she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer of their ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say there was young student died. Nina was there in cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all the most interesting. Why wouldn't you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective. You should know. Look at truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. No one could go into cabin. Not Nina. Not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Nah, it's impossible. Actually, if she just put in some no-clip cheat codes, she could have. But wait, I read something about the detective stories. People all the tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? The bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. They are watertight doors that one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so. Susato? I could have shifted onto me. I didn't suggest shit. So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin doors couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. Yeah, we know where it is leading. We know where it's leading. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so we're to care to do the honors. Yes. Boom. Look at the bookcase there. See how the books are all the things toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes. Blech. Got shit in my mouth. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that's what is known as inertia. We're getting physics in Ace Attorney. This is insane. There's physics lessons in Ace Attorney. Same force, made the cabin move, and the bolt on the cabin door shut. Bum bum bum. And when there's not even any assistance. That sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Wow. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's a small and light enough to be moved by the ship's unchanged speed, or the force of inertia. Was that intentional? Or just him being stupid? This Bria made another emergency stop. When I woke up in the morning, I looked around the cabin and it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves were toppled and all the ornaments. It was almost like someone had just run their hand across the shelves, deliberately knocking everything over. And I stood there and stood him up, didn't I? Then when we came back to the cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Sogi's. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Oh yeah, mines, you say bury Mason emergency. It does seem a little far-fetched, but how could that possibly happen? Unless you're saying that the culprit's actually someone from an engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button the passageway outside? Used to trigger an emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. Everything hurts. Everything's so chopped. Yep. You can press the button. Restore the button. Almost conceive someone to satisfy someone's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When a button press, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed, it did a little earlier today. When there's a button, you just gotta press it. I mean, what were they thinking? Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I said, a button has all but one purpose in life. To be pressed. He sounds almost proud of himself. I'll put you to captain, you in trouble now. Now, I'm sure all you can wait until later. Let's not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When a vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider. It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, we let the liquor talk after what happened to Mr. Asogi. Did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You're idiots. Chaos is everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, this is all getting too complicated for me. I think I just did it. I think I killed my friend. It's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating, do you show us, man? But it's the theory... Bam. Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, is that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. Well, you're doing that in mine. You're rather carelessly left at the top of the makeshift bureau and passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took into our care with a mind to return it to you. I left it there on purpose. That's where I put it, always. The point is, look at what you usually record. It's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, nothing to report, every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded. We got you now, Mr. Seaman. Nothing recorded in a log. Duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report. Why am I telling you the job that you're supposed to be doing, huh? Oh, gulp, oh, I'm so stupid. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burial. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. You really love your alliteration, huh? Are you suggesting that the ship really didn't make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Stop with the rabbit. No, that's what I'm suggesting, because that's what happened. It's not like I played this case like 5 times already. Why? Well, because if something major happened, sure, all of us would notice. And that's very true, thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier. We all know how that feels now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. Well, let's sleep through that. Well, that's a good point. What of? The throbbing? Yeah, your head's throbbing. It's been throbbing since the morning. We all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have a bad headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. Yes, you've been all afflicted, haven't you, sir? It says, okay. I am so tired. And the first thing I noticed was the throbbing pain in my head, as I noticed my best friend's dead. And I'm chained up like a horse. Tell me, Mr. Naruto, you buried this vegetable as a stowaway, didn't you? Stowaway class or combination doesn't usually include meals. What do you survive on? Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of that whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I would always hide all of it. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all. That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? When Sholmes locks in, he is diabolical with deductions. I do. The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with a bit of addition of a sulfuric, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. I could really use some of that. A sleeping drug. Because right after this case, I am going to take a fat ass nap. That's for sure. My voice is chopped. Give me that, some of that chicken. I want some sleepy time chicken. Lacing every meal with every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Ah, yes, Mr. Seaman. I'm sorry to say any more deception in the air. What you get? If you refuse to talk, there would have been to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself will be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Yeah, Sholmes is genuinely a good, deducer. He's very good at, oh, I can look at all these little details and piece it together. He's just very impulsive with it. I know, throughout the game, it's kind of, spoilers, Sholmes is not that big of a dumbass. It's implied, oh, he's maybe, a little lying. He's a bit deceitful in a lot of occasions. But at the same time, I wouldn't say it's entirely oh, he's always just a dumbass. He's just he's just playing Ryunosuke along. I think it's partially just, he's very smart, but just also very impulsive a lot of the times. So it's he's able to piece all these things together, but it takes him a good bit to make sure he doesn't jump the gun constantly. Because when he jumps the gun and it's right, we get situations like this. But when he jumps the gun wrong, then we have to have Ryunosuke and Suzuto just come in and is hey, calm down. He's born to be silly. He's just a silly little guy. Please, no more. I'll tell you. What? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So I decided to run away, and I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, we could not make all drugs, so how do we say dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in water near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Beria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-induced potion that evening had contained. So, quite, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. Oh, that was Ryunosuke. Fuck. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been in complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten that evening meal chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. They probably had... I mean, I guess in the 1900s they wouldn't care that much about like salads and shit. Because like, oh, vegan, you want gluten-free vegan options? Fuck you. But like those, there certainly would be people that are like, oh, I want a salad. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of the passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyways, so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the door of a single door in the cab of the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. I was like waiting for like the great deduction thing to close, because like that's essentially what's going on right now. It's just this time he's right. You have taught long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present at the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Hey, Alfonso, how's it going? Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor, and in an attempt to incriminate another, someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know nothing about this. I'm just a little girl. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little girl. What can I do? I can't kill anyone. You speak with your long English lawyers and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. I'm quite of the same disposition, my own good man. Observing to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo, do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? What the fuck are you saying with your poetic nonsense? Where are you, Godot? You've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a cry with your ears. No, you must hear with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Let's get it! Let's get it! So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you may. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of those two purveyors. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that someone tried to fabricate evidence only by tampering with the scene of Mr. Isogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning, Miss Susato. Alright, I'll see what I can see. Perceive! So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there at the time of the murder. She has such a petite, long, beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. An earring, is it? Perhaps part of it is missing, maybe it broke off. She doesn't appear to have noticed it broken.
Yes!
Fuck! What do you fucking mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Fuck! Oh wait. Oh, I'm stupid. I was thinking the wrong contradiction. God damn it! But yeah, we are here playing Peak. We're almost finished with the Peak. Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on your back while it's your white uniform. Well, yes, I am. I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Mr. Seaman. Allow me to make us plain. Alright, let's go. I will present the evidence. I know. Ba ba ba.
Yes!
Bam! Get out of here. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor to the victim's body was written in pink, purple ink. And the stain on the back of the uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin moments immediately after the ink spilled. Alright, yes. Well, me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in the dead student's cabin to make it look like the wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed button to make bird to emergency stop and bolt cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling the passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like a sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went to her, the door cabin number. Ugh. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel told you. The kid escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Sogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that's right. So, the instant where the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find the occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried about it here. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened it and looked, and you know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. So's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? What? I already told you! When Nina opened doors student cabin and looked inside, I was having Miss Pavlova. You don't... Susato does not deal with bullshit. I made a whole video about this. She doesn't care about your bullshit, alright? Don't mess with my girl. Alright? If you try to lie, she's not going to take it. That's all I'm saying. You can't get away with that shit. Yes, that's right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death? Ah, something nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. In an unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to be unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts? If Cosmo tripped a terrible stroke of luck, which part of the photograph seems unnatural? This is one thing about the Great Ace Attorney. They love these subtle fucking things. Like, you overlook these type of stuff so much. Like, I think like every single case, there's always one little thing that you overlook like crazy. And this is one of them. Because, simply put, if you were to fall on the floor, why would you close your freaking wrist?
Yes!
Alright, if you really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open their palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he was gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes? Show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. What would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. A crescent moon with a low gems on it. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That's the key. I am almost out of my voice, so we are going to speed run through this. The last final clue. What's this name? Observe with your very eyes. It's almost like... How do I select it? There we go. That. Something dangling is called an earring. Wait, look. Crescent moon.
Yes!
My voice is so shot. Ah! Miss Pavlova, look at your ear there. And see, it's a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. Though Link holding onto it must have broken, I suppose. Now, where the missing moon was found in the victim's clenched fist, clearly there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Osogi must have grasped that crescent ear and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Osogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Oh. But then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring in a clenched fist? Oh, I don't know. Why, Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Cosima? There we go. When I think about it every day, I think it happens. It was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto the huge ship. And then, when I was at last in a cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. This is the longest stream I've done. Holy crap. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried to waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darker would not come back. What are you doing here at the time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Longest stream for now, indeed. We got investigations go to kick my ass. The young man from your country, he was polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen it somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know name. My heart nearly stopped when you said that. Knew who I was. How could this man from the land in a faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression of me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure you read that the ballet company is performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I had no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's gonna pull the cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darker jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet, and as he turned to look at me, ugh! I pushed him head on the fucking door bed frame is dreadful. Hey, it just passed his mind. What do you mean? Sholmes, it just passed Sholmes' mind. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just scared, and I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Hitting your head on that bedpost, though, gotta hurt. Gotta hurt. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty in the passageway. Heard Nina cry out and thought on floor, so I ran over. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decide to help. And that's when you arrange things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like he did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger of the cabin was next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found a stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Damn. I dragged young man's body to a good place, then used the ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote wardrobes, and it looks like they look inside a wardrobe. And tell me what of the glass bell. It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in cabin, I didn't notice the other half. And then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency button in the passageway. Yes. According to the SW, they didn't come to emergency halt at Little's, enticing a bolt cabin to slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact you'd run away from your homeland, and it was because it's because you were worried that he was going to tell the captain. Is that right? Yes. But even if he pulled the bell cord and called the captain of the ship, aren't you friends of every single member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What do you say first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. It was just a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Oh yes, that me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before you could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, Mr. Isogi really was Mr. Isogi really about to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he would have done that. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work's not done, it seems. There's one more deduction that you must do. What? Another deduction? What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Where could he possibly be looking? I wonder where.
Take that!
Consider everything that has had happened last night. Certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however. What is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside of the wardrobe? A man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Sogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, and it might be able to help you in some way, no doubt. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you made sure of what Mr. Sogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently, if you have. Miss Pavlova? I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you never forget that. I'm sorry. And so, at long last, and thank you for my voice, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Beria was finally laid to rest. Hey, we're technically ahead of schedule. It's 7:14 p.m. there. It's only 2:30 over here. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now? Once we reach Great Britain, she will be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. Won't the Russian try to reprimand her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort it all out. So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. See, Miss Stroganoff. I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but well, do what you want. Do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? This case. What do you mean I'm not doing this case any favors? We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow, as much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul and arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. The thing that Only a couple days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together how we would tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? I'm just, look, my vocal chops are awful right now. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Like, how long have I actually been talking for? It's been 4.5 hours, right? Yeah. Oh, we're going on 5 hours right now. I'm going on 5 hours right now. All right. Cut me some slack. Cut me some slack. All right. I've been talking for 5 hours straight, basically. Oh God. But also, that's just a mood of the case right now. Because it's not really, like, a very, like... This case is nothing about, like, it's super fast. It's super impactful. It's super... like, a lot of things going on. It's not one of those. It's a very important moment that is just bottled down to, like, it's a very just tragic set of circumstances that occurred. And that's kind of how this... So we don't really, like, end off the case with a very, like, we're super happy about it. No, we end off the case with a very somber note. A very somber note that, like, you just have to sit on. And that's kind of what this case is. And that's one of the things I really do like about the case. It's a very somber moment. It's a very real, grounded moment. Nothing too like flashy about it, but it's a very like real moment. Especially when there really wasn't a motive. There's no motive in this case at all, which you feel like you should have to feel angry, which we're going to get into in this final section. Well, I haven't been back for long. Inspector Hosanagi just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe it that this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He has such grand ideas to visit Great Britain, so many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again. Fuck. Yeah. Surprise, Mr. Naruto. What's the meaning of this? What the hell, Sholmes? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, your balance seems all wrong. Sorry. So I decided to restore them for old time's sake. Shall we say you're a stowaway after all? Yeah, he thinks this is funny? I spent this entire day to get out of those shackles, and look at what you did. Look at what you done. Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. As though it's a little late, I may offer my sincerest condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-wrenching. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of the aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that has happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Isogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. No. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. And here we go. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We have no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be low value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato. Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm an English student. I'm not... Well, I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance that will work. But, as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach English shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I have a month in which to study to learn what I can become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto? That's ridiculous. Are you suggesting anyone can learn all that in just 40 days? That's the amount of time that the next grade 8 study case is going to happen. Trust me. There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. Treason. But why would you put yourself in such a difficult position? For Cosmo. Do I have to spell it out for you? He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let that passion come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. Very well then. So what does our bespeckled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. I delivered it on a silver platter to you. I'm sure London's gonna be super happy. I'm sure that nothing bad's gonna happen in London because we picked this goofball known as Ryunosuke Naruto to go to the legal system. It's not like he's going to commit multiple acts of treason in the future. What do you mean? Yet fascinating, will you agree? Fascinating? What's fascinating about this? Duty and rules are the dual dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. Is that what you always say? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now, I promise, Hosonaga, I'll just do a little bit of trolling in the British court system. What do you mean? Just a little bit of it. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, despite the accusations of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did make a promise, didn't I? I said I'll do anything to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you excuse me, I will pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I'm gonna try. I wonder. What do you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Why look like you're trying not to laugh? Stop it! There you go. I'll be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? I don't know how to use a sword. What? I'm sure it's what Cosmo-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword, and it's been in the Sogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. And I'll treasure it as always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't give you a single minute of freedom. Ah, shucks. I thought I was shackled. Now I'm shackled by homework? That's exactly what I need. Yeah! But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. What? I should have never doubted you. You were Cosmo-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done something to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the beginning. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you're in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked for the... No, I won't make any excuse for me. Whatever circumstances, I should have never thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. The numbers keep creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just hold me down and throw it. Dude, I don't... no, I'm not doing it. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. If it isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of the ancient jujitsu technique. Actually, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, I believe. How big going? I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I've somewhat become accomplished in boxing. There he goes, dancing all around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Wait. No. What are you talking? Wait. I did not agree to this. Susato? I didn't agree. I don't consent. As you can see, you throw for the abdomen. Oh yes, resting indeed. That's what you termed a Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was the Susato squash. Discombobulate. In my groggy state of consciousness and my fifth concussion, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmos flickering into mind. Kuruma. That's right. The prized sword has been passed down through generations of the Sogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring that with you. I mean, taking a katana on a studded tour is more than a little irregular, surely. The Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Kuruma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do, I still don't know what that was. But I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And we got 40 days till we deal with that. The end. We did it. After 5 hours of me straight yapping. There we go. We did it. I am out of vocal chops. And Sholmes is dead. Ryunosuke is dead. We're all dead. So, that was the adventures of the Speckled Band. We did it. I am going to chug a gallon of water, probably. But what y'all think of the case? Because we are going to be doing a little bit of tomfoolery. Because if I reveal this is now our second case we've completed. Albeit this one is, it feels worse just because I've been talking for so long. But I'll discuss my thoughts after some people do. So yeah, what are y'all's thoughts on this fun little case, you know? Let me shrink you. Because have a lot of thoughts about this case. I think this is probably one of the most overhated cases, in my opinion. I think this is a very solid case in a lot of regards. I'm very exhausted right now, and like I could tell a little bit, like they kind of like, especially since I've played this case a bunch, it kind of takes a while for it. It's like, oh, you're unraveling all this stuff near the end and all that stuff, and like it's not the most intricate case. Again, this happens in 3 locations in one area. Least favorite second case. I mean, again, we're going through all of these, but I can name at least 3 or 4 second cases I dislike more. I think a lot of people the thing that I have this case over a bunch of other cases is that it just has a lot of great character depth with all the characters. All the main characters we're dealing with, Hosonaga, Susato, Ryunosuke, even Cosma, even after he died. And obviously Herlock, Sholmes. All these characters are giving a lot of depth to them throughout. And once again, it feels like a very grounded case. It's not a very exuberant or flashy case by any means, but it's a very grounded case. The Recipe for, it's a big, I'd say it's a very big contrast to the Recipe for Turnabout case we just did. This one is very much of a parody of itself. It's very much very exuberant, flashy, all that stuff. But it's still a very, like flashy case. It's a very nonsensical and stuff. It has its moments, but it's very nonsensical, but it's a very fun case. It's very colorful, very great, a lot of fun characters and stuff. This is just a very tragic case, so it can feel very much slow. It can feel very slow because like it's not the most complex case. And so it's not, you can say it's not engaging because of it, but I think the character moments make it engaging. What it doesn't have in the substance or the flashiness and the appeal, they make up for it for the character and the emotion they able to pack into this one case. Especially with the sense of like, compare this to like Turnabout Sisters, where it's like, oh, you killed Mia, you are a definitively evil dude. I hate you for that, I hate you for life. With the Speckled band, you feel like you're going to go into the case like, oh shit, you killed my best friend. But then as you go through, it's like, oh, it's just a lot of tragic circumstances. Whereas like you can still be angry, you can still be mad, but it doesn't feel as like despicable as someone like Red White. So that's the big thing for me. Also, I'm not the biggest fan of Turnabout Sisters. I'm gonna just say that. So, meh. What can you do? Mr. DGS Glazer over here. The Great Ace Attorney Glazer. What can you say? Also, we mentioned something about art and stuff. And I want to just quickly go through the special contents real quick. But again, I've talked about this before. I think a lot of what I do like about even though Cosma is very much dead, he was very much dead for a while. There's still you still get a lot of nuggets of his character going through, not just flashbacks, but also Ryunosuke and Susato's like vision of him. I'm not sure why. Oh. Okay. I like just going through all the concept art because, you know, these are some good concept arts. But yeah, if we could rate this case, what would we do? Because personally, I think it doesn't do enough. Even though I really do like the case, it doesn't do enough to be in the great tier. I think that's reserved for a lot of other better cases. I think it's better than Rescue for Turnabout, even though, once again, I'm a defender of both of these cases. I'm a very big defender of both of these cases. So what do we think? What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with this remix. I don't know what you guys are talking about. There's nothing wrong with this. I don't know. I've heard a lot about the pacing and stuff. I don't really see it, even though, once again, I've been going at this for 5 hours straight. I could see it near the end when it was like, oh, we're going to be unraveling all this stuff. But it's like, it's not really a pacing thing. It's just a lot of information coming out. And like, even if like it's a lot of writing coming out, it is good writing. It's very, very like immersive writing. I think that's just the nature of the writing, though. It is good writing, in my opinion. I wouldn't say the characters are brick walls in this. I don't agree with that at all. I don't really agree with the brick wall thing at all. It's just they're not exuberant characters. They're not super flashy characters by any means. They're just this is a very grounded case, which it goes to his detriment. Hence why I can't like put this higher for me personally. But at the same time, I don't see it as a weakness. I'm just seeing it as like, this is the nature of this case. I can't put it any higher because I think there's cases that do like make entertaining characters that also are that deep driven and that go way higher than this. But I understand the pace and it works very effective. You see, I've kind of grown out of like, oh, trials are the most interesting. I've kind of grown out of that almost. These trials, they are the big twisty moments and stuff, but it's like it's not mutually exclusive to trials themselves. I think a lot of what this case does trial's just like, oh, it basically, how it tailed off at the end was basically how the trials go themselves. So just because it's not in a trial setting doesn't mean it's less effective in that way. That's just what I think. I like a lot of emotions. I like a lot of the development, especially with us being able to get closer with characters like Hosonaga, with seeing a little more of those shine of Herlock, and then obviously Susato's development. I think is just Susato's involvement. I think is incredible in this case. I think once again it is lacking on like the amount of characters we are doing with 2 extra case characters. While this one has a lot of personality, but I think I like the emotional depth from this case more than from Rescue for Turnabout. Even though, once again, I like both of the cases. They're both good for a reason. Yeah, I think the investigation games really helped me show, especially with these behemoths over here. They really show like you could get a lot from the investigation segments. In fact, I'd argue that some of the biggest twists can come from the investigation segments. I think the best of the trial segments are when like you kind of have that unraveling information, because the information you get from the investigations are it. The thing about like I keep on seeing you talk about the location. I feel like if we added more locations, the pacing would just be even worse. Because like it's a boat. I'm not sure where else we can get with the investigations on the boat. So it's like that's my thing with it. There's only 3 pertinent locations, unless we're doing a whole investigation to find out the poisons in the sleeping agents in the chicken. But also, if we did that, then the investigations would be way longer. This whole thing would be way, way longer. And plus, we are a convict here. Let's be honest. We are a convict here. We can't really move about that much. This is very similar to like Turnabout Airlines, though. It is a very similar circumstance to Turnabout Airlines. And like Airlines was able to manage a lot of those like bonus stuff while still like not being too bad pace. But at the same time, Turnabout Airlines is Turnabout Airlines. It's really nothing burger of a case compared to this. I mean, I guess, but again, it's a boat. It's not really the biggest boat. We gotta see more boat, and it's nothing really too special. There's a lot of boat somewhere else. I do kind of get it though, especially with like comparing it to like Turnabout Airlines. Turnabout Airlines has a lot of personality with the environments, and maybe when I play again, yeah, but. Maybe I'll kind of see how barren it is, but also like the focus I feel was more so on everything else. I got some unused ones. Let me pull them up. I should also probably get going with my life eventually, because I've been at this computer for a while. Is there a way I can make polls? I have no idea how to make polls. I know you can, I just don't know how. I think I'm going to have to end it here. I'm going to settle here. I think I'm going to settle here for now. But, yeah. I'm going to settle with my decisions here. But I'm going to have to end stream here. I got life to work on. You know, life stuff. So, that's what I'm going to have to do. I've been talking here. How long is stream? 5 hours. Damn. 5 hours. So, yeah. Thank y'all for joining me. We are now down 2 cases, and I'll be seeing you guys in a month. Though, I'll probably be uploading actual videos soon. Shorts, all that stuff. I'll be uploading a bunch of that stuff eventually. So, yeah. There we go. Wish y'all the best of luck.